Hello. It is time. I might have figured it out. What did I do? Yeah, so the moment I ended stream yesterday, I just looked at this page and it clicked. I think I figured it out. Exactly how I should do this. So I was looking at this number, at these numbers, I guess, and saying, what does this weight distribution mean? Right? What does that mean? How would he have done this? How would I have done this? If I wanted to measure, essentially when he says something on multiple scales, we'll pretend like it hits one scale at a time, but in like simulation land, it's going to hit all the scales simultaneously. So what happens is it hits the first. Okay, well, first of all, how do I make the scale? I make the scale by making, it's literally just a spring. I calibrate it so that a meter, so when the spring compresses a meter, it applies the full weight of the ship. So every single scale is calibrated such that a meter of offset is the point at which it will balance the weight of the ship. So something like 0.3697 could literally just mean that spring was at 0 and it went to 0.3697, and that's where it stabilized at. Same thing with all the other scales. That's how I would set it up. And then I thought about if I had 4 legs and I started to fall in some direction, and I can't move my legs are already in a stable position, my legs are already in a position that would be stable, and I start to fall in some direction. The only way that's really possible is if one of my legs is not doing as much work as it needs to be doing. So what I would say is find the leg that has the most to gain against the way that I'm falling. So essentially it would be if that leg has 0 force being applied to it and its maximum is 2 or whatever, I would say I have 2 times whatever the amount of angular, it's like angular rate, I guess, at that point. So that leg would pop up at like the top of the list and saying, we can cancel out 100% of our rotation with the smallest amount of work on this leg, basically is what that means. I get the most out of canceling my rotation by adding a small amount of work. This is essentially what I mean. If its current force was 0 and it was ideally positioned to cancel out, I mean, it would basically just be like that. I would find that leg. I'd say, all right, let's increase the force on that leg. And then check everything again. And essentially, now that becomes an iterative process where we pick one leg to steal force from essentially all the other legs, a small amount at a time. I could possibly make it so it would do it essentially goes back to that two-way balancing. except the grouping is always one leg versus all the other legs combined. So say, all right, what is the force balance? What's the force balance I should have? And in theory, it would be maybe like, you know, I'm sure that's probably like 1 and then 8 or something is what I might see. Like 0.15 and 0.85 or whatever. And then I would just go back to all the other legs and proportionally take away that force, is my thought there. Or I don't think I would proportionally take it away. I think I would just say, all right, here's the new force. What share did you have? We're going to keep that proportion of the share. But we're going to scale everything down. So if the group was A versus B, C, and B had 0.5 and C had 0.25, and I said that I want to reduce BC's total from 0.75 to 0.5, what if the changes B would be reduced by double the amount that C is reduced by? Because that's just its proportion. I guess not really, because we add together, so it'd be like 0.5 over 7.5, and 0.25 over 7.5 would be that. Anyway, that'd be one iteration. And then I calculate my total again, and I find the one leg that is most primed to get the most out of an increase of force. And I'll just keep doing that. Okay. So I can ditch a lot of this. I can ditch a lot of this. Yeah, I'll just ditch everything. And it was like literally within like a minute of me ending stream that I had that thought. I just looked at this page and it just all like came to me at once. Right. So I calculate up all the rotations. I'm finding the max. Okay, so this is not really, I think, what I should do. What I'm doing is I'm calculating the total. I need to calculate the total, so I can do that here. As I run this, I can get the sum at the same time. It'll be a vector 3. Okay. So basically the leg that I'm searching for is the leg that is currently doing the least amount of work and gives the highest counteraction to the current rotation. So basically I take it whatever its rotation is, I normalize it by its current force. So that's like its force gradient, I guess. Or its angular gradient, whatever it is, right? Because it'll be constant. 0.1 will give me 10% of it. 1 will give me 100% of whatever that normalized force is. It's not a case where, I mean, you can even look at it because you just know that this is the length, right? When we cross this, the result is just a length. And then we're rotating it, or we're multiplying it by the inertia. And here's another thing. I need to keep track of the amount of force being applied. That is another part of it. I keep track of that. We start by sharing the force, though. There is the fact that when a leg removes, I necessarily must drop its force to 0. But that'll be something to figure out when I get to something like that, where things can change that in that way. The benefit of this sort of keeping track and iterating less means I don't lose the work of the last frame. In general, this is even more alike to real robotics, where all your motors don't reset to doing nothing every single like CPU cycle, right? They're still going to be doing the same thing that they were the last time you checked, or at least they should be. If they're not, then there's a problem. But and I could do probably 2 or 3 iterations every frame. I don't have to do very many, because at 60, or I guess at 64 ticks per second, that's like 200 iterations in a second. So it should find a stable solution in real time without having to recalculate a stable solution every single frame. Okay, so I'm getting these. I feel like I should probably normalize it. I won't. I'll figure out if I can normalize it later, but I won't for now. I mean, it is like a percentage, right? If I have -1 and positive 0.5, and the leg I'm looking at, there's 2 ideal legs, and let's even say that they both happen to have the same amount of counteraction on this particular check. But, like I said, the total is -1 and positive 0.5. Leg A is -0.5 and positive 1. So it's not quite perfectly aligned, but it could be. And the other one is kind of the other way around. It has -1.5 and then positive 0.25. So it does too much on this one and not enough on this one, and the one does not enough on this one, too much on this one. So combined, they could balance it. But essentially what I'm doing is I need to check. I need to combine all of it. I need to say, you're doing 0.2 work, and you get... I guess the question is more like, how much work do we have to add to this leg? to cancel it. I guess that is what I'm looking for, right? How much work can we add to cancel? No, not really how much work. I think I said it would be multiplying, so I'm looking for I think I'm looking more for the amount of work remaining after I do the addition. So I want to maximize that value, and I want to maximize the percentage, and then I multiply them together and I get a combined result. So I'm maximizing the leftover work, and I'm maximizing the percentage of angular correction, I guess. So I am looking for kind of like a percentage. So I would say best point value. What have I said? No. I think what I mean to say is I want to find the leg that is currently doing the least amount of work and has the most benefit of adding to it. So I think what I'm really looking for is the leg that currently has the most free work, and I want to maximize the free work of the leg now, and I want to maximize the percentage of rotation correction now. Because if I say it the other way, where I want to maximize the after I correct how much free space does it have, then I'm minimizing the work on the leg. That's not what I want to do. Or maybe it's like finding the leg that is... Maybe this is it. I search for the leg that is furthest... No. Because I can imagine situations where the ideal solution is to have like a 0.9 and a 0.1, right? And let's say in that case, the only thing that can really be done is to give more work to the 0.9. So discard the 0.1 because it can't even cancel anything out. Its ability to correct for the rotation is 0. It will just make it worse. And then okay, but let's say they both can cancel out. I guess that would be the case of the 3 legs. So let's say they both could cancel out, but this one has a very low change to rotation, so it basically won't be able to do anything. And this other one has a very high change to rotation. Maybe I just look for the leg that... Maybe I don't say the leg that's doing the least work. I just say... find the leg that has the best potential to fix. If the leg is already maxed out, then I say, alright, well, I can't really do anything with that leg, right? I also had an idea of like sort of a visualization where... Let me draw it out. Is this ever going to be some weird bug here? I probably just have to update it or something. So this is sort of what I had in my mind. A setup that looked kind of like this. And I also had in my imagination like numbers. So each one of these dots had a number assigned to it, which is essentially how much work it's doing right now. I would... Okay, maybe there's like a two-step phase to this. The first thing I want to do is I want to fix the rotation. That's like primarily what I want to do. I want to do my best job to fix the rotation. So I'm just going to draw some lines on these. And in fact, these ones would be like empty. I'm going to say that these are just like red or orange. So this is like current, like imagine this is what the rotation is, right? Overall, I'm going to say the rotation is very negative orange. Or, sorry, very positive blue. Positive blue. I'm going to say that's the overall rotation right now. So looking at this, what could I say would be the solution? And maybe this was backwards, actually. Maybe this is not what I'm meant to do. I think what I'm really meant to do is find which one of these legs can fix the fact that this leg is kind of doing too much work. Yeah, I don't think I want to... Well, maybe that is actually part of it. Maybe instead of finding the leg that has the most ability to fix the current rotation total, I find the leg whose reduction would do the most to fix the total. Maybe that kind of approach stops... It can allow a leg to drop to 0, but maybe it's preferable that a leg drops to 0 than a leg siphoning up all the work, right? Maybe that's the right approach. Because in that case, what my... I mean, okay, there's also this. I essentially take the legs normalized, the legs normalized angular vector as like a, I mean, just a direction, right? Not a direction. I just take the actual thing, and I do a dot product with the current one, and with the current total, and the lower the value I get, the more I want to favor that leg to do something with it. That would be the case where that leg is working against the current one, so I want to increase that leg's work. But maybe I do it the other way around, where I find the leg that is most aligned with that vector, and I say, all right, do less, and give your work to the other ones. If I... just move this up. All right, let me think about the most common sort of circumstance. And if I imagine these as just doing roll, this is doing like +1 unit of roll, and these are both doing -1 unit of roll. So I have an overall -1 unit of roll. I mean, think of this as like the leg contact points of the crawler on a wall. And it might be better to actually flip it around for visualization, because the actual net effect will be that it will... Okay, I won't do it above, I'll do it below. So they're all pointing up, right? But the overall in this case is going to be... It's gonna spin around this way, right? It's gonna rotate like that. Maybe this is better, right? So what can I do? What can I do? I have two approaches. I can look at the leg who is most negatively aligned with it and give it more work by taking from everyone else. In this situation, it would kind of be one step and done. It would be like one step and done. There's this like weird thing happening again. Okay. I don't know what that is. Yeah. It would say, all right, well, I need to increase my work to fix this, and it takes from all the other ones. Or, I mean, I think that would get really close really quickly. That would get close pretty fast. It wouldn't be right, because it would... These legs may not share the same exact amount. So one leg on this side might be, I don't know, a little more out this way, which means it's doing more rotation for less work. But treating them as equal would mean I would do that and I would say, okay, well, I still actually have a deficit. And then I would look at this leg and say, all right, let's fix that one, and this one gets smaller. So maybe that's where the issue is then. That's why I can't have one leg take work. I need to have a leg give up work. Because instead what would happen is I would look at either one of these two legs and say, if one was doing worse than the other one, then I would say, all right, well, I would look at that one and reduce its work. And share that. So this one, I guess in this case, what would happen? This leg would compare itself to this group and say, well, this leg would say, I have, I have the most benefit from reducing my work. So it would reduce its work and give that to all the other ones. But that would also, in this case, it might result in a very small change. Because this one will end up doing more, and now maybe the benefit drops, or the current overall drops like almost nothing at all. So then I would look at all of these and I would see this one and say, okay, this one's doing too much. I drop that and give it to the rest, and probably the same thing again. It drops a little bit. Yeah. I think this is what I think that might be the method then. Because the alternative is that these two increase their work, are always grouped together, and this one's always grouped against it, and this one would just keep gaining work, and these would keep reducing, but these wouldn't stabilize to sharing proportionately. Right, this one's over here. I'd want this one to be doing less and this one doing a little bit more, is what I would want to see. All right, I would want to see them doing the same amount of work, but if I'm doing this approach where I'm just stealing, this would drop a lot faster than this one. It would be like that. That's not what I want to see. I would want to see it's a weird selection thing. Yeah, I think it's the right way to go about it, to look at the leg that is most well aligned and also has the highest output in the current direction, and reduce that one and share it to everyone else. If there's no stable solution, then still what I've done is I would end up minimizing the overall rotation. I would still minimize it. But that approach does require that I make small changes every iteration. If I were to do this initial approach, I could pretty much do it in one go. I could say, oh, well, I just need to double this one, or increase this one by 50% and decrease these by 50%. And then they'd be done in one go. Hello, left arm. Trinda. I guess the question is, how could I do both? Could I cycle them? Maybe it would be better to cycle them. Doing this first would get me really close to an ideal solution fast, and then I would look at the one that is most aligned and try reducing that one's work, which means I couldn't do all of it in one go. I'd still have to make a small change. Today I released a roguelike on Twitch, on Twitch. Cool. Very nice. Do I cycle? Do I pick one and stick with it? Maybe it's the case where I do maybe I do that. Maybe I do one step of increasing the leg that is best going to correct for rotation, and then every step after that is to balance out the ones that are currently acting in that way. So if I had to do like 5 iterations, the first one would always be just to increase one of the legs that is going to... Maybe I just do both at the same time. Maybe it's not really a cycle. Maybe it is just both at the same time. Step 1, increase the leg that is best attuned. Step 2, find the leg that is worst and reduce that. And that's just what I do every time. So I guess it would be like a cycle. So I'm finding the leg that has the largest point value, which would just be dot with the rotation total. That's the other way around. And I'm looking for the one least aligned with it. Specifically a negative value at least. Yeah, okay. So I definitely can't do both at the same time. I definitely can't pick one and only do that one, because what if it's the case that this lake just doesn't exist? Right. Or this leg is over here, and now it's like a very, very small blue line. Very small. So the first step, I don't find anything that's not aligned with it. They're all aligned with it. Then the second step is I find the one that says like probably the worst one. And I say, all right, well, we got to drop that one to minimize our rotation. And it would award it to both of these 2 points. And doing small steps means this would still stay small. It would barely change. This one increases a little bit. And then I see this one. I'm like, all right, well, drop you. I wrote it to the rest. This one would go up a little bit. This one probably goes up a lot. And then I would just keep doing that. These would keep shrinking. This would go up very slightly every time. Okay, that's what I do for each iteration. I mean, I guess it is a case where... Alright, 1 second. Dog is barking. I'll be back. The one that is most aligned against it... I mean, I kind of have two things actually there at the same time. It is always the one most aligned against it, but it's also the one that would provide the most benefit at the same time. So in that case, I'm looking for one that has the least work, the least current work. I'm maximizing that. Maximizing the one that has the most free work. What? What am I saying? I find one with the one with the highest free amount of work and the least alignment. Yeah, I'm doing both, right? And the most current free work. So it would be... I do need a value up here. I'll say it's 2. I'll say it's like 1.5. 1.4. 4/3. So I'm combining these two together. The one that is most opposite aligned. This one actually already includes that, because this already includes a multiplication by that. So I need to normalize it. So take the normalized one, which is essentially its overall alignment. I want to minimize this value, so this will be a very large negative value. And then I want to maximize this value. So I'm looking for bigger absolute values. Big absolute value gives the best one. And I'll flip it around so it's actually doing this. Nope. Nope. Because negative. I could find both at the same time. Find... Find points A and B such that A is the best anti-alignment with the current total rotation and is doing the least work. B has the best alignment with the current total rotation and is doing the most work. I'm gonna make these like Greek terms. What are some good ones I could use? I don't remember these exactly. I guess you can just do with alpha beta. Um, so I want the largest negative value here. So I take the negative sign. I guess I can just do both of them at the same time. Negative alignment, and this will be positive alignment times work. It is the best alignment with the current total rotation is doing the most work. And I guess I can assume that it's not. I mean, I only have to check one of these. If the alignment is negative, I'm checking its alpha value. If alignment is positive, I'm checking its beta value. Um, can I ignore zeros? I guess I can. We can just skip that if it's 0. Okay. So I found those 2 points. Increase the work of alpha by a small step. Decrease the work of beta by a small step. Am I balancing these two together? Maybe I am. No, I think I just do a small step. I think I do a small step. And then I check again. Is that right? Yeah, the question is, how do I determine the small step? It needs to be small, but no greater than what would invert the rotation, the total rotation. Share with the others. Maybe what I do is I compute the halfway value, and then I take a half step towards that. So but I do want this to be matched with the step so that it is not tick rate dependent. So basically if I go to slow motion and I like triple the amount of, or quadruple the amount of ticks per second, it doesn't converge in like a quarter of the time. It still takes like a full second. If it were to take a full second at normal speed, it wouldn't take a quarter of a second at quarter speed. I mean, you know what? Let me even just do like a breakpoint here and see what the results are. Huh? Apparently I deleted a letter there. Whoa. That was weird. Okay. There's the rotations. I want to see the alpha, the beta, right? Both positive values. So I found that alpha is the one that I want to increase the work of, and beta is the one that I want to decrease the work of. So that's alpha index 0, which would be this force point, which is here. So when I mean, that makes sense if I just look at it from the top. I mean, I've actually kind of made like a perfect triangle. Obviously, I'd want to increase the work of this one. The one that I've determined that I want to decrease is this one. I've determined that I want to decrease the work of this one. Though it does have this does kind of have a small value. So what do I do? I think, like I said, the iterative approach is to increase the work of this one, decrease the work of this one simultaneously. And then somehow track the amount of work that I just changed it by and share that to the rest. I don't think I want to share between these two because then that might just be unstable. Or it might converge to a solution where this node is basically never even looked at, and it's just sitting there with the work that it could give to the other two, but it will never give to them because these two are just sharing amongst themselves. And it'd be like, oh yeah, let's drop this one to 0, bring this one up to 1, and we never look at that one. Though I guess what I just said is that beta is looking for the one that's doing the most work. So as long as I'm decreasing it, then on the next iteration I would look at this one. I'd probably look at this one, because I would see this one is doing more work than this one. But yeah, I think what it is the order of this is kind of weird though. I want this one to do less work and shared equally among these. Or I guess in proportions. And then I want this one to do more work and take equally from these. So if this one's doing like already very little work, it'll take very little work out of that one. If this one's doing a lot of work, it'll take a lot of work out of this one. Which would kind of have the effect of doing that proportionally then to say this will give a lot of work to this one, and this will take a lot of work from this one. Because these would be... But all the other nodes are also going to be included in that process. And I guess maybe what it really is that I exclude these two from that process as well. This one's going to take work. It's not going to take from this one because it's already this one's already removing. This one's going to give work. It's not going to give to this one because this one's already taking. So this one will basically give work to this one, and this one will take work from this one. Yeah, that seems right. I exclude the two nodes that I'm working with in that process. Okay. Share with the others, right? How do I determine how much work to take away? Like I said, it's basically a step, but there is a maximum. I can't take away more work than it has, and I can't take away so much work as to cross a boundary where I actually just end up flipping it. And I at least I know in this case that I would certainly flip it. So I have the half total. I want to move a... Yeah, I want to move towards this value. Why are you mad? Oh, because this is obviously vector 3. Alpha move a step towards this. Beta will move a step towards this using this step. Then I guess some other multiplier value. Maybe it's also in proportion to how much work they currently have. So if one has like one work unit and it wants to decrease, it's probably going to be like, all right, let's like super give it away, right? If one has 0.1 work unit, it wants to give it away not so much. Maybe I can use the values for it. Just want to see this again. And there's the dot product. Do I need to do like over pi or something? I mean, I guess there's no limit to that value. I mean, basically what this tells me is that I want this one to take a lot of work, and I want this one to give away a little bit of work. I don't want it to give away too much work. That is what these values tell me. I also have their normalization, which is probably what I should really look at. I check their normalization and make sure that what I'm setting it to doesn't cross a barrier. Maybe what is I take that max, I figure out how much I could give away to reach half total, how much I could take and how much I could give away to reach half total. Okay. Move down here. So this will be taking work, which means I would have a negative value. Can I use that? Because in my mind, this kind of tells me for every 1 unit given away by beta, alpha should take 3 units. That's kind of what that looks like. Oh. What? Do that. Okay. I don't know if I can use it. Maybe it is just the ratio between these two. I mean, I guess if I think about it, what happens? Beta 2, or yeah, 2 will give a unit of work to 1. And 0 will take 3 units of work from 1. So 1 goes up 1 and then down 3. So that other one actually ends up, that one would wrongly decreased by 2, while the worst one that should have been decreasing the most has decreased by 1. So that doesn't work. I can't just use those values. I still want to size the step based on this, though. I guess I could say it like I said before, which is size the amount that I size the step by the current amount of work it has. Do I still have damping? Yeah, let me turn that off before I forget about that. I want to be sure that no matter what I do, the one that was set to take away work always loses, is the biggest loser of work. The one that is set to gain work is always going to be the largest gainer of work. How do I do that? I'm trying to visualize it like it's pipes. Right, let me flip this around so that it's sort of like the setup that I have right now. What's up this weird offset thing? So what should it look like? It should look like I have like snap the pixels turned off or something. I have to go Google it because finding this option is going to be impossible. Okay, weird. Oh, back to Twitch and it said that it was offline, which was not true. Are we serious? It just says snapping. What do you mean snapping? What? Snapping what? What does that mean? Like, where do I go for the option? Where do I go? Snap the pixel is on. So why are you not snapping? Why? Why don't you snap then? Okay, so when I hold shift, it stops snapping. When I hold shift. That's just dumb, I think. Alright. Right. So there's the flow. This one gives this one gives to that one. Or, well, it's more like this one gives to this one, and this one takes from that one. Is what would happen. Maybe it is the sense in that I take the maximum of this. Or, I mean the minimum of this. So if beta 2 is giving up this much work, alpha can only take this much work. But there's the inverse where one leg is possibly doing way too much and it just needs to give it up. But there's no points that really want to take anything. So alpha always takes the smallest value. Or yeah, I guess I just pick the smallest value, and that's the size of my step. Well, no. Beta gives up this proportion of work, or whatever, to get closer to half total. And then alpha takes a smaller of these two values as what it can take. So maybe I should start with delta. Beta. I mean, I guess I could say both. Beta should give up work equally to... Or maybe it's more like beta gives up work equally to everybody, and then alpha takes work equally from everybody. So that will guarantee that beta is always the biggest loser, because it will have already given up some, and then it would have given up more to alpha again. I think I'm on the right track. I'm just getting hung up on this a little bit. I have 2 points that I want to adjust. Now it's the ultimate question of how do I adjust them. I mean, I guess I can make it like a pair thing. If I have both, beta gives to alpha. If I have only one, then I either just reduce and give to everyone else, or I increase and take from everybody else. Because in theory, what I've made is kind of like the ideal pair. If I look at it from 3D, it's like falling. I guess you could say that it's probably falling. I can't draw an arrow, but from this one into this direction. So we could even just say this one's kind of like doing a very little, or it's like going from here up to here. So this is like the ideal pair to fix that. I drop this one and I increase this one. But I still want everything to change. I could also not treat it as a pair. I think not treating it as if it was the only pair to change is right, because there could be cases where that pair doesn't exist, and then that would mean I just have to go back and default anyway to what do I do when there is no pair, which would just be doing them individually. So I can just write it as if I just write it individually. So the question of how do I do that though? How do I make sure that 0.1 isn't the biggest loser out of this? Because beta gives everybody and alpha takes from everybody. Or it'd be alpha takes from 1 and beta gives to 1. And a big thing is that the step has to be small enough and calculated correctly such that after this operation I don't flip. I don't go from doing... Oh, let me print my... These don't change sign, essentially. These can't change sign. And actually what's nice about this is that the overall doesn't actually match to any of these. None of these have a full, or both values being positive. I mean, it could be stable in this configuration with the right forces, but yeah, I've selected points despite the fact that alpha is actually not like the perfect solution to it, because increasing this one is actually going to make this component worse. or at least that if the overall can flip, it does so at a lower absolute value anytime it does. It'll be guaranteed. I think I'm doing too much talking right now. I think I'm not thinking enough. Thinking about my thinking. What is be 7 degrees? A change of 57 degrees per second. I want to move it towards half total. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, because moving it towards that value would decrease this, and that would look like my idea would be to put that over the original, which would make it just look less. Do I just subtract? Because I know this is opposing it. I subtract the half total. But no component. I mean, that is the maximum change, right? Because I just did the subtraction, I guarantee that no component, or I've actually just said that every component will now be at the half total mark. But then I would take new grad and project it onto, I guess I dot with grad. I essentially need to get like a single multiplier out of this. I need to get how much work it's gonna gain, right? So new grad is kind of like the ideal, but then what is going to end up happening is I'm going to say new grad is actually like positive. Actually be like negative 0.01. So this component will get closer to 0. This component will get further from 0. The idea is that the overall length of this vector has changed. So maybe that's just what I do. I compare the lengths of these two. And that's how much work it should take. Though, I think I need to look at what a projection is really quick. Take that one and multiply by the dot over the other one's length squared. Huh? You can do that? Length squared? I'm really confused. If vector b is 0, the components of the resulting new vector will be nan. That's not true. That's not what this code does. Oh, it would be division by 0, so it does become nan. Never mind. I think I have to use a normal vector, though. So I take this as... yeah. Return 0 if length is 0. This one should be possible. This one should guarantee having something, because dotting with something that's 0 just gives you 0, I believe. Yeah. I'll double check. It's probably... Okay, it's not. If both components were 0, if all components are 0, then the result will be 0. Yeah, of course. Which means alignment can't be 0. If it is nearly 0, I ignore it. Which means... I guess actually probably what I look at is I go here and I say if... I can't do if rotation total is approximately 0. I have to use my own thing because this is not accurate enough. I guess I don't need the absolute value then. Length squared. Yeah, because normally what it will do is it'll say, oh, it's 0 if it's like 1, if it's less than like 1e to the negative 4. Which is, to me, way too much. That's still obvious. Because if you do that times 64, that's a third of a degree every second. So, I'm checking the square of this. Whoops. Which means I do... Yeah. What do I need this? $10 is enough. One E10. So yeah, I can check the length squared. Less than 0.1 degrees per second. Actually, I think that's kind of an issue. If I say less than 0.1 degrees per second, then I should mean less than 0.1 degrees per second. Which means I... Okay, good. Moving inside doesn't change anything. I mean, of course it shouldn't. So I need to divide it by the step. In degrees, though? So what is... Okay, so length squared. Am I right about that? So this would be like the length squared. Is that what I mean to check then? Length squared is less than... Oh, I guess that is what I'm checking then, isn't it? I'm checking... 125e negative 4. That the length squared times step is less than this value. So it actually should be 195. If it's less than 195. Then that's less than 0.1 degree per second. Okay. 0.1 degree, yep. Less than 0.1 degree per second. Okay. Blind points alpha and beta, such as alpha has the best anti-alignment with the current total rotation and is doing the least work. Beta has the best alignment with the current total rotation and is doing the most work. And then there's the change. I take grad minus a half total, project it back onto this direction, and then I take the length difference, the length change as a change in work that I want to make. And then oh my gosh, please. Clamp of forces alpha index times the change. And I guess I do min instead, because I know that rel change. So this is what I would need to multiply it by to get roughly what I want it to be, or roughly towards this value. Which if it's perfectly aligned, then it will reach exactly half total. Any non-perfect alignment, it will not go to half total. It will not reach half total. But it should get really close. It just won't pass it, which is what I wanted to do. So there's new work. And then yeah, I mean, I guess what I do is I then take I think it's the other way around. Right? So then I think the idea is I go to everybody and I say, take a proportional amount of work from everybody. Or maybe it's that I only take from people who are from the points that are not aligned with me. I shouldn't take work from a point that is aligned with me. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I'm trying to make sure that whatever I do doesn't create can't create cycles where it's not actually getting any closer, it's just passing stuff around. I can't take 0.2 units of work from 0.1 and then on the next iteration I say, oh, 0.1 needs to take 2 units of, or 0.2 units of work from 0.0, and that they just keep passing back and forth forever. Should I create this value for everybody? Every point gets an alpha and a beta value. And then I use that as how do I proportion the change? I could possibly say that. Essentially just group them all into... This is a really weird pair. This is kind of silly. The naming scheme, maybe I should change it. The alphas will take proportional work from the betas, and the betas give proportional work to alpha. No, I think it should just be that the alpha takes from everybody, the beta gives to everybody, and that's how every step runs. But I need to make sure that the alpha doesn't take more than whatever the beta gave, possibly. Or maybe I just don't even do that. Maybe I just say, I don't know, because definitely what I see is that on the very first step, it's kind of going to be the case where point 1 actually ends up losing too much work. Point 0 takes a lot from both. Point 1 or point 2 gives only a little bit back. Well, actually, no, I just said it like that. Okay, I gotta take that. I gotta be right back. I think I don't know why I'm getting so I'm back. Okay. So the alpha point takes some amount of work from everybody. I think it should just be proportional to how much work that other point is doing. So this is the change that I need to apply. And I need to share that change among all of the points. Okay. Ignoring this one though. So for I guess I know the total is just 1 minus this one's work. So I guess it would be, let me change max force to max work. I don't know. Whatever. Same thing, right? Probably not. Whoa. I need water. I'll be back. Getting water really quick. I'm back. Water has been obtained. Okay, work available is this one's newer minus max force times count minus new work. No, minus its current work. That's how much work it can take. Just everybody else's. No. Wait a second. the total value of work adds up to 1, which means no point can go over 1. So that was silly. Which means the remainder is always going to be 1 minus this one's work. The reason I have this is so that I can proportionately take work delta from everybody using work available. So forces I I think I can probably just like minus forces I over work available. But is this guaranteed? Have I written it such that this can't possibly go negative? So what if work delta is... Yeah, I guess new work can't be greater than 1 minus work, right? Well, I guess really it actually is just... There's rotation, there's the work available. I can't take more than work available. So imagine for a second that this one is 0. Oh. This one could be 0. Maybe what I do is if alignment is 0, then I treat this as just this value if it's 0. Actually, yeah, kind of a mistake by me. Because the one that wants to take work could even be the one that has like there's a lake directly beneath the robot, right? Then what would happen? It would prefer to give that leg more work. So if alignment is less than, well, no, if alignment is like near 0, there's kind of like an inverse effect here where a value close to 1 is favored and a value close to 0 is favored, but one that's sort of in the middle is not favored for accepting work. Maybe it's more like dang, hang on. What does that mean? Yeah, what happens here? Because what I've written here is that this, I mean, maybe it works out, because if there is a leg at 0, that leg is always going to be receiving work from beta and it will always be losing work. Maybe that's the problem. It'll always be losing work to alpha. When alpha and beta are in a line, yeah, I guess what do I do when I'm at 0? I feel like I actually still want to do something. Because I would... Yeah, I think... Maybe it's not alpha has the best anti-alignment. Maybe it's more that alpha has the lowest alignment. Because if I have the 3 legs where 2 are on either side and 1 is in the middle, I mean, I guess what I would like to do there is actually equalize. Which I guess is what would happen in the current setup. The one that's nearly 0 is going to be receiving from whatever the beta is and losing to whatever the alpha is. Which that can kind of flip, I guess. So I could go slightly to the other side and then suddenly this one's the beta and this one's the alpha, so this one will be receiving. It'll be kind of like that flow through. But it's always balanced by the total work. Did I delete anything? No, I think I started to write something, and then I didn't. Okay, I think this is still right. So work delta can't be higher than work available. Oh, I did just say, what if this one is 0? Yeah. Okay, so that... This one could be 0. So I guess I just need a better way to do this because it shouldn't be that. Yeah, I need a better way to do this such that I'm not doing this part where I know that this can't be 0. That's what I know. I know that at least this value can't be 0, but current work could be 0. So what do I do if current work is 0? No, I think I just need a better way to calculate it. New work should be um I mean maybe rel change is new work. No. It would be something relating to new over this. Because I know that this can't be 0. It could be close to 0, but it can't be 0. Maybe it's new gradient over the equalized gradient. Yeah. Is that right? Yeah. I is not declared. Oh. I just said this could be 0 again. This could be 0. Jeez, what? Maybe it's that. Oh my gosh, this is just so. What? I just need to have. How much I need to change it by. Or it's like. So. Because. Okay, so here it's fine because I want to find the one that has the most work, which means a 0 value here means I ignore it, right? It's not even doing anything in the first place, I ignore it. Here, a 0 is fine because this just becomes 1, right? This one's doing no work, so I would say, all right, give this one some work, right? This one is well aligned, or this one is anti-aligned and is doing no work, so that's like the best one I could do, right? Like -1 times 1. Um, but now I create this new, which is like what do I want it to be? This is like the step, right? The step is going from gradient to half total. Or changing gradient by, or yeah, subtracting half total from gradient. Projecting it back on a new gradient. And I mean, maybe what I really do is I go up to this one and I maybe do write down what 1 unit of work would look like. Because it would just be this times that. It'd be like the 1. I mean, I guess I could just cross it with state total gravity. I could just run it again. And then I know this one, if it were at full anti-gravity, this is what it would look like. And then I know comparing new grad to that one is how much work this one should have. Alright, I think I just do that. I just run it again. Wait, did I do this right? I'm kind of doing it wrong, I think. Yeah, I think I've kind of... Yeah, I think this is the vector that I'm really looking for. And then forces how much of this I do. Yeah, so... Okay, so now I compute anti-gravity there. I compute it up here. So I can use it down here. So then I just say, if this one was applying max anti-gravity, what would it be? From the point, which means I need... Yeah, okay. It's probably fine just to calculate it again, because it's not a very complicated calculation. I was thinking, what if I store it and then retrieve it later? I don't think it's that bad. Okay, so yeah. So new work is going to be new grad over the max grad. Smaller value between that and work available. Enough the work. Okay. There we go. Now I have work delta. So if new work is work available, work minus work available. So let's say work available was 0 and this was 1. It would be huh. 1 minus 0 is positive. Okay, that's just not right. Huh? Is it supposed to be new work minus work? And then what I'm taking, so it's just the negative. But then it would just be negative new work plus work, which is just like doing work minus new work. It's currently doing 1, so it can take 0. Which means in this case, huh? Yeah, okay, so that's bad. It is possible for new work to not be greater than current work. That's possible. So what does that mean? Does that mean this one at the alpha actually acts as just like to say, all right, well, I give it away now? Does that make sense? Is that possible? I mean, I suppose it is. I could compute that it should do less work. Maybe the issue is that I can't take more than is available. So it's not that I do this. I say, here's my new work. But... Oh. New work is the smaller value between work plus the work available and what I would like it to be. That's right. Okay. So now if work available was 0, the new work would just stay the same. So work delta would be 0 and I would take nothing from anyone. So if work delta is now less than 0, I believe this is plus now, because I know that this is a negative value. If work available is nearly 0, then I guess I can say this. Well, if work available was 0, okay, I think it's just generally probably possible that the current work could be higher than new work. I guess it's possible. So I just catch on both those and I say, we need to be taking from everyone else and we need to have something to take. New work cannot be higher than the current work plus what was available. Right, okay. That all seems right. I guess let's say if we find I, then there's our value. This one's going to look very, very similar. So I'll actually just copy it because it's going to look so similar. And intelligently fix everything so that I don't make something that just doesn't make any sense. So in this case, work available is just my work, so I can probably just cut that. I'm moving it towards half total, which means this one and this one are aligned. So if I'm negative value and I subtract the negative value, if I'm positive and subtract the positive, I get shorter. If I'm negative and subtract the negative, I also get shorter. Wait, if I'm negative, subtract the negative, which should be adding. Right, okay. Okay, so there is an issue where it is possible that this could flip it. Right, I didn't really think of that. So I guess I can say subtract the half total min with mine. So for example, for this point, that's the overall. Let's imagine, okay, so let's just imagine for a second that half of this would actually flip this one. So let's say this was like negative 0.01, and this would be negative 0.2. So I subtract the min of that, which min with myself would end up turning it to this one, so I'd subtract all of this one. No, it would leave it at that one, so that one actually wouldn't work. How do I do that? Because it could end up being that, well, actually, I should be increasing the values, right? Huh. it can subtract up to this value. So is it the min? Jeez, this is, I don't know. I'm looking at this and it's messing with me. Okay, so let me pretend for a second that it is like this. And half is going to be like that. So the result would be like that. But this isn't reasonable because this is adding to its length. This should not pass 0. So how can I prevent it from passing 0? I could prevent it by saying that I cannot subtract more than this value. I cannot subtract more than 0.4. So here I would say the max between these two is this one. And here I would say the max between these two is this one, which would mean I would subtract 0.4, so it would actually just go straight to 0. So I can't do that. I think if I have the same sign, yeah, wherever I have the same sign, I take the max. So if this was actually, it was actually like 0.1 and 0.2 was actually like this, I would want the result to be the same. This would drop to 0 and it would stop there. But I guess in this case, if they're both positive, I take the min. If they have the same sign. Do I really have to do that? I feel like there's like tricks with absolute value and sign and max and things like that to fix this. Projecting this one onto that one, what would that look like? Do I get vector? I don't. Vector from origin to, what did I say it was? 1.4. Right, so what does projecting this vector onto that vector look like? It would look like, I guess, turning it like this and then sliding it here. Right? That's what it looked like. Now, if I were to instead leave this as 0, slide here. I mean, does that change anything? It looks like this one would be a larger value, right? Because it's going from here to there. This one's going from over here to there. So if I draw a line to the intersection of here, this one is less. So maybe I allow it to flip. I allow that flip to happen. Because at the very least, I know that at least one component should be increasing, because I know that one component had an opposite sign. Alright, so maybe I just don't. Maybe I just don't. And I let that happen. Okay. So I do max grad, and then I do new grad. So this should be just doing the exact same thing. This should be decreasing the length of the vector. I mean, I guess it is that I do this new grad, and if before I project it, maybe I check to see if I passed it. Because I know here I should be going up, but here I'm going to be, I could end up decreasing and going too far. Right, so I think before I project it, if we are less than, yeah, I guess if we're just less than 0, which means now we're now pointing a different direction, then I said the length should be 0. Now, new work be new grad over that. And then I guess I just make sure that it can't increase. I guess it's possible, but I mean, maybe I just don't even need to check for that. Yeah, I have to remember that I still have this alignment thing. What if I have only points that don't cause any rotation? I don't know, maybe I just have a third group where, or maybe I just say go through the ones that are not these ones, these two, and equalize. Try to equalize. Does that make sense? This one needs to do more work, so it will. This one needs to do less work, so it will. And then maybe it's a case where I go through and anyone that is not these two, I have them move towards average between themselves. Maybe it's like if I don't get one of these. If I end up with not one of these, then I balance. Yeah, maybe that's it. I end up with a leg that doesn't want to give up. But I guess I always end up with one that wants to give up. Maybe it's the case where if I end up, no. Do I group this one with it? Do I say if we're less than 0 we do this, otherwise if we are 0, I do this? Because this could also just be I mean, because there definitely is a circumstance where I have like 2 legs that are applying any rotation. One leg is doing 1% of work and the other leg is doing 0% of work. I want to balance those two. Right. I don't know, maybe I just have like a balance node, a balance point. I pick a point that is doing more work than the average of All right, find the point that is doing the most work and has the alignment closest. I mean, it's just a problem where 1 is exactly at 0. You know, what if I do this? Take that out, and I say, if we're approximately 0, then beta is the work value. Or maybe I just say alignment equals 1. No, this is different. This is different. No, this is different. I've been misunderstanding. If there's a point that is 0, then it's... Okay, well, its dot will be 0. But it's also possible for it to have some change that is non-zero. I don't know, maybe I pick it by... a point has... I feel like splitting it halfway somehow makes sense, where... Say I have 2 points. I have a point that is at 0.8 and one that is at 0.1. Maybe in that case I say, all right, let's treat... If I were to do like the distance from half or something. The alignment is definitely positive, so I take its distance from half. So this would be a 0.4 and this would be a 0.3. And maybe I double that so that... I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if I double it. So comparing a 0.4 to a 0.3, or yeah, a 0.4 to a 0.3, I would say, all right, let's favor taking work away from the one that is near 0, which actually doesn't make sense, no. So yeah, I definitely don't do that. I mean, whatever. I can just skip that 0 check, so I don't even need to do it. It would just happen here anyway. But like, what happens when I don't have any points? That are applying alignment? I would end up with... I guess I would end up with no beta index. There's nothing I want to take away from. And there would be nothing that I want to give to. But if there's any point outside of that, then it is always the case where, well, I guess not, because then I might look at that and I say, okay, this one should do 0 work because it needs to give to the other 3. So maybe there is a case where this one drops to 0 because a single point is applying rotation and the rest of them are not. Or the rotation is pointing that way, so these ones are parallel to that. Those ones have already balanced, they're parallel to it, so they're doing 0 change. Their alignment is now 0. And this one is the only one pushing it that way, so this one to drop to 0 share to those ones. So it is possible to get a case where all right, let me bring this one back. Whoops. And I went too far. Okay, I think it's probably right. So for approximately 0, ignore it. Maybe it's the case where I say if we ended up with none of these, then I want to balance. Those. Maybe it's more like this. If the alignment is approximately 0, these go into like a balancing group where I try to share the work between these ones. I guess what if the rotation total is 0, and they're already in balance though? Rotation total is near 0. And they're in balance. It's possible that these will apply some rotation. Oh. No, never mind, it's not. It's definitely the case that because I'm doing its rotation, so if this one is also work could be 0. Yeah, okay. So this is this calculation that I want to have. All right, you know what? Since I'm reading it again, since I'm actually reading every one of these again, I will do that. There we go. Take the work, take the normal, and I do this. So now if this one is 0, if this one is 0, and this one is 0, wait, if the rotation total is 0, this would have some value. I think maybe my alignment is the wrong problem. But what? That didn't make sense. Also, no. No, definitely not. I do need to dot it with the rotation total. Because if this is 0, then everything has whatever alignment, right? Maybe if this is near 0, or maybe, I was going to say, since I know I'm never going to apply yaw, but that doesn't make sense either. Because if either one of these is 0, we're going to say the alignment is nothing. Which means we won't get anything to change. But I can know that performing a change would make it worse. If I think about the one-dimensional case, it was that I would see it, I would say, oh, I'm in balance, I shouldn't change anything. Because at least in with 1 degree of freedom, there is exactly one solution. Okay, there's not exactly. There's exactly one solution with 2 points. There's either no solution or 1 with 2 points. But there are many, many solutions with 3 points. And that's part of the balancing bit. Because 2 points over here can cancel each other out well. And then 1 point in the middle can just be like a scale. It can take more or less, it doesn't really matter. But whatever it doesn't have, the other 2 must have, and whatever it takes, the other 2 can't have. So maybe it's the case that when I find alignment, I do another check to see which point, or like there's a set of points that can kind of share with each other because they're not the big players, I guess. So they can try to equalize with each other. And that's what I want to happen. Or it's more that those points can equalize with everyone else. So a point in the middle that applies no rotation I would want to have a value somewhere between the other two values, as close to the midpoint of the other, or actually just at the midpoint of the other two values is probably the preference. So maybe that's what I do. Maybe not necessarily if I find nothing to do, but every time I hit one of these, I say this one gets added to a group that will try to seek. What does that mean? It means moving that leg won't do anything. It won't affect the rotation. The current rotation is what that means. Yeah. If I assume that rotation total has some value, and this one's alignment with it is 0, then that just means there's like a line that like divides it, and it's somewhere on that line. Or at least it's very close to that line. Or maybe it's that after I find these 2 points, I just say every other point is in the group of trying to sit between the midpoint of these ones. Because this one will basically be forever decreasing in work, and this one will be forever increasing in work. So all the rest should try to equalize with each other. Or seek the midpoint between these two values. Between these two work values. Or I guess just calculate the midpoint and then take a step in that direction. Or maybe I take a group of maybe it's like every point now gets a balancing amount. If its alignment is 0, it will fully share with other zeros. If its alignment is 0.1, it will do some sharing with all the ones that are in that group. If it's 0.2, it'll do less sharing with all the ones that are better than it. Something kind of like that. That might be wrong because I could just end up funneling everything into, like, if there is a best one, that best one is just going to get all the work, which I don't want to do. I mean, if one is perfectly beneath it, then yes, but if one is slightly off from the center, it would probably just funnel too hard. But I've got to get lunch. I'll be back. I guess I'll just do that. Yep. I'll be back. Hello. I'm back. All right. Did I think of how this could be done? I think it's like while I am at balance. So essentially, maybe I do just wait for all these to equal. All right. I don't know. Once things are balanced, there kind of becomes a ratio where the ones that are applying rotation, everything that is applying rotation has to have a certain ratio to something else. So 2 points, the balance ratio might be 0.4 and 0.6, right? There's not really a third point to modify that, so that's where that stays. Then let's say there's a third point in there. I can set the third point to whatever I want, and then the other two have a set value from there. So but also it's not necessarily that a point in the middle doesn't matter, because it could apply some small rotation on its own. So maybe that one just has a maximum value, or I guess a minimum value that it could be. Actually, no, it wouldn't. If it doesn't apply the most rotation on any axis, then it could pretty much be whatever. It could be as high or as low. It could be 1. It could be 0. So maybe this is where sort of that other, I think the initial idea that I had was I would go through and I would do like a blend where I would balance one axis at a time. So maybe that's what I do. I do a blend of everything that is not these two. Or I look at do I have an output? What is the smallest negative or the smallest absolute value on here? These two actually share perfectly. So I would say these two are the minimum. The smallest absolute value. This one has a 0.26. This is 0.23. So these two share the smallest. Who has the smallest absolute value on the x? This one. So in theory, this first point, I'm going to think not technically because it is the only Jeez. This one happens to be the only one that can balance this one, so there is kind of like a minimum value that this could have, which is going to be to balance these. I don't know, like, I was thinking about like, what do I do if I had 3 legs? I would, I guess, become stable. And then once I was stable, I would try to share the work at that point. But what is stable? Right? Stability is probably like, I don't know. Maybe that is just what it is. If I'm not stable, which means I have one of these, both of these. I should have both of these. I mean, it's also possible for a certain layout to have only ones that act against rotation, so then we would say, all right, well... Or no, that wouldn't be possible. I could have... Man, sorry. Okay. I could have only stuff that is aligned, as in I'm currently rotating, so then I take the one that has the most work and I just distribute it to the rest. Or the one that has the highest effect, I guess, on the rotation, and I reduce that one and share it with the other ones. So, I mean, I guess in that case, it could reach an equilibrium where if there is... I mean, yeah, that's probably the issue, is that this would... If there was a leg... I mean, I guess that would be fine, alright. If there was a leg that did no rotation, and then there were two legs that did positive rotation, this would eventually drain all the work out of the two legs that are doing positive rotation into the leg that does no rotation. Right. But now what if there is a leg center and a leg to the left, a leg to the right? For positive and negative rotation, they counteract each other perfectly. What would happen? Well, all I know is that this would eventually achieve an equilibrium. But as it's doing that, it would be slowly, every single step would slowly share into that center point. I guess ideally it would share into the center point. But then because of how I have it written here, this would end up taking more from the center point then, right? Center point would have more, so it would take more from that one. So it would sort of reach where it would decrease the other one, increase this one to counteract it. Then they would balance. And then that middle one is just left with some amount of work that it has. And it will never be shared out to the other ones because, I mean, this would just stop it from doing anything. Right, I think this was part of my realization. Whoops. This. This is the equilibrium point, right? Computing the share of weight at a point and applying that would actually stop it from happening. Maybe that's all I should do. I pick any point and I do full gravity. And then I find the leg that is most affected by that change. And I say, all right, that leg, do more. Or match it, I guess. And then that would take weight off of that one. And then I would have, at that point, a new rotation. I would say, all right, find the leg that is most affected by that. And I would just keep running through that process. Maybe that's it. I find the leg most affected and cancel it. And I just keep looping that. Maybe that is all I do. I don't do this. I don't do this reduction. I'm always taking work from someone else. Okay. Yeah. I need to set it up as not even this, just the one that is most against the alignment. But then there's also, I mean, it's also kind of like there's a floor as well. Because I think it's probably correct to start with this to remember what it was last time and iterate from there. So oh, maybe they just trend to the amount of maybe every one of these just will move to the amount of force that it needs to match that. Because I'm thinking about the ship on the scale. What happens if I go to one side and I push down? Or I move a scale that's underneath it. What happens? I guess when it moves, it'll either not be doing enough force, or it'll be doing too much force. And all the other ones will also change as well. Each point moves its work to match what is needed. So everyone just moves to reach that halfway point. There's also, like I said, there's also like the spring idea where when one side is pushing more, it lifts. So maybe that's it. Maybe man, what if I did just have it such that each leg, whoa, just put there. There's so many things, man. I'm getting like annoyed. When a leg lands, it tries to maintain that distance to its attachment point. So when the body moves, this whole thing is now treated like a spring. It doesn't want to go further away. It doesn't want to go closer. It doesn't want to, like, it wants to maintain a fixed distance from it. Which I could do that. I don't think I should do that. I don't know if that does help. That does make anti-gravity happen because the back legs would end up then pushing out and the front legs would pull in. I mean, I could just literally simulate springs or like do like one iteration of springs on each frame to update the work. But then how do I know like what, like how do I keep track of the positional change? I don't know. Maybe I do just turn the springs into the legs into like 3D springs instead of just hide offset springs. Let me just make what I've got work. Right? That's just what I should do. I need to make this work. Without going into it and rewriting stuff. I should, because that would just be that would just kind of be the right solution. Because then the legs actually act like they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Which is to stabilize the body. Make the skill work just by pure rotations. I mean, I guess just what it does is that when it's... Because the thing is, how does... If I make them a spring where they push, how do they stop pushing? I guess it just does that if the force on that spring is pulling it, then it gets pulled. If it's pushing, then it pushes back. If it's being pulled, it releases. If it is being pushed, it pushes back. And when it's at rest, it relaxes slightly, right? So I check each point. I check what it can do, if it should push or pull. And then if it shouldn't do either, then it will try to relax. Each point moves its work to match what is needed and is always slowly relaxing. You also treat it like a damping thing, so well, how would the damping work? If I treat it like it's a spring, the spring force is equal to however hard it's being pushed. And then the damping force is, I guess, how much it's already pushing. So if it's already doing a lot of work, it's not going to do, it's going to do less work. If it's not doing any work, it's going to let itself change really quickly. And then I guess there's the equalization point where 50% or whatever it would be. I still have to know the total rotation. And then I update all of them at the same time. Moves its work to match what is needed. How do I know what it needs? This is like what I compute that it needs. So do I use half total? No, I just move towards total by some small value. I guess I'm looking for that. And then I want to do this check. So I don't end up flipping something. So if I end up flipping, then do nothing. Yeah, and this would be target or new work. Though I guess I say if this does nothing, if this does no rotation, then I don't need to add. I let other ones add to me. By the other ones like leaking, I guess. So just call it max length. Um, But this one is supposed to leak, so it's also supposed to say... Let me say not and tap this in. Um, I guess the rate should be relative to how much force it's applying, right? So something that's applying a lot of force is going to try to leak very hard. But then something that needs to apply a lot of force is going to let itself apply a lot of force, right? So work delta will start here. And I compute new work. And then I say it will add the difference from this one and that one. So if new work is higher, work delta will go up. If new work is lower, work delta will go down. But then I want to do this as some sort of stepped value. What rate do I let this be? What rate is this? This is the change it wants to apply. It can only apply how much change though? I mean, maybe it's more like work delta. Is this difference multiplied by how, like, I want to like approach it quickly if we're far and slowly if we're close. That's what I want to happen. But with a limited rate, I guess. I was thinking I could probably square it, which means if we're far, then we move faster, but that's not right. Maybe it's more like I want to move halfway to that value. So I want to move halfway to this every time. Maybe that's it. I just multiply by this. Here, everyone. Passing through and off the bed in the early night for a change. All right. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. It's a good idea. Trying to get actual sleep. Yeah, maybe that's it. Dog is just barking a bark. And then I guess now I have this change. So now that I have that change, and I think the last step is just always to equalize everything. So everything is set to 1. Or the sum is set to 1. and then I equalize everything. Or is it the force max? I guess it's actually the max, isn't it? No, that would not work. Yeah, it's just divide by the force total. Okay. Autobahn is index 0. Oh, I didn't resize it. Okay. Okay, what is forces now? Nothing changed. Huh? That doesn't make any sense. How does nothing change? Was that a mistake there? That was probably just a mistake to do that. Maybe it just made it way too slow. Okay. Alright, let's just do this. Cool. Well, it did stabilize it. Though it has picked up rotation. That's fine. Okay. So it stabilized, but it didn't go very fast. So then I guess the idea here is that I will put this... Take this out of here. This here. Tap everything in. Okay, so that's worse. That's worse. Oh, I guess it's because I am doing... that. Right. Maybe it's just that I compute new forces and then I step towards those. I don't know, what else do I go to 5? It's just gonna spin off forever. 10. Like, interestingly, it does start pretty slow. 20. Interesting. I was seeing a vector shoot to 0. A 1,000. This is definitely just going to be too slow. Okay. So it converges to a solution. Which is cool. It does. But is it the right solution? This is force point 1. This has that much. This is that much. This has that much. I mean, that looks pretty, like, balanced to me. I mean, evidenced by the fact that I run this and it's just not spinning. But that is, like, way too slow, right? Okay, that's what I like that, though. I like that what I've written will converge. It's just, you know, it's kind of slow. I did see a problem, though, when it would do a crossing, it seems, and one of the points would basically go to 0, and it would very quickly start to rotate out of control. These like the same values. I'm still printing it, right? No, I stopped printing it. I wonder if this finds the same thing. I mean, it's like immediately close. I mean, I guess this is a different position, perhaps, so maybe there's that. The numbers aren't reaching 0 though. It seems like they get close and then they kind of wobble a lot. It gets near 0 and then it pops up. Actually, maybe it is getting close. Because the first like few digits of all these numbers are really just staying exactly where they are. Oh wait, this is printing a lot. Whoops. Forgot about the effect that printing has once you pass like 10k lines. Okay. What if I didn't do 0.5? What if I just left it like that? Right? So the 0.5 seems to matter. Okay. I don't know, these numbers actually got to like where it was technically stable. Maybe if I turn this back on, I'll see how it actually... Okay, that was probably way too much. Hi, Yulia. Will not ruin my streak. Nice. Is this... Actually, I think I can just do this down here. No, I'll leave that there. 19. I'm just so tired. I'm too tired. I'm gonna try to make a joke about, I guess, what my streak is, because my streak is like 100% because I have to be here to stream. That's just silly, I think. Now, I don't know, ideally, this actually stabilizes itself really fast or something. Maybe 0.5 was good. Yeah, see, it's just not. I think it's just not right. I think this should be able to. This should be able to balance. I guess let me see what the first run it does. Okay, so the first run actually sucks because it's not able to move enough. It's not able to move enough. I need this to be able to move a lot more than that in a single run. So that's one iteration. These two decreased by some amount, and this one increased by some amount. Is that right? Yeah. So now if I bring this by 5, this is 335. What will it be if I let it run 5 times? It's just the same number, right? Okay. So perhaps what it is that I do calculate something here, but I don't do stuff like this. I mean, that one is probably fine, but then I think this one is. Like, huh. I'm sure it could be stable. I just want to watch this to see if it flips. If it suddenly goes, oh crap, and then flips over. Okay. I saw what it did there. That was actually fine. So if I go to 2. The overall is decreasing. It's rotating slower. Three iterations. Okay. What if I did this times the inverse count? Okay, not as good. What if I just did nothing? It is slowing down. Okay. So I don't know, 0.5 correct? Looking at the same stack of blocks. Unlucky for me, I have not been looking at the same stack of blocks. I've been looking at my screen and numbers. Super duper stable. I mean, I think 0.5 is probably just the right number though. I do see some motion here because it kind of kicks off a little bit because it takes it a short amount of time to figure it out. I guess it can also print the angular rotation. A 10 win streak. Very cool. Drop that. A 10 win streak. Yeah, I haven't played Overwatch for a while. What do I do it here? Yeah. Um, and I'll get rid of the overall. And just print the forces. Which one's the force and which one's the angular? I don't know. Master 4. Very cool. Right, so it does start with a little bit. It does have like a small kick at the start. Just because it doesn't get there. But I mean, more iterations means less motion. And I would say this is so small that I would just set it to 0 too. I think 1 is that the right number? 0017 is where I would cut that off. Yeah, 0017 is where I would cut it off. These numbers are instantly below 0017. Yeah. I mean, it seems like 2 is even enough for this set. It's not enough here. Yeah, these would this would start and it would take a moment to balance. But then it drops. 2 is probably, yeah, I mean, 2 is not really reasonable for iteration anyway. It should probably be more like 3. Yeah. And this is really just like damping that's taking it off. So if I were to get rid of damping, then the question is, does the angular velocity change? It should just not change. It is changing. I guess the question is like, what about this? Does this need to go down? Like that's the leaking thing. I don't know, what if I just did that? Yeah, okay. That's yeah. Yeah, all right. I have to make sure none of these become negative, right? So force equals clamp. That cannot happen. Well, I guess there's actually no... They just can't be negative. I get rid of this. I do need to include step in here somehow. What if I did normal state step? That's bad. Don't do that. This does have to be delted. Somehow this has to be delted. I could... Is this not able to move enough? It's not able to move fast enough. Really? Hi, Danilin. Yeah, this can't move fast enough. Why does that break it? This is like, it allows it to move too fast now. Or is it still not fast enough because now it can't like fix that? It's 5. What the hell is this? I'm balancing objects using my mind. What? What? What is this? What a weird balance. What a weird way to balance. But hey, that's like, I like those numbers. That's what I want to see. I would want to have seen that. I'm just messing around with numbers here. Like, is it really that this one is bad because it can't change fast enough? But that looks good, though. And I guess it is all delta now. I don't know. I guess I'll just multiply it by whatever number I want. 10. Cool. Balance. Can I do this? Can I lock that? I need to remember what this is doing, right? This is not actually stopping it from rotating. So I do need that. It just stops it from accelerating. So if it already has some initial acceleration, it's gonna... Okay, yeah, just turn that off. Cool. Are these numbers still like... Is this gonna like reach an equilibrium point? I mean, it's not like it's it's approaching something, right? It's approaching something. I don't see one of these siphoning off all the work. I don't see one of these draining to 0. I just think that the deltas are not right. I step here by 10. I do this by that. I don't know what if I left it like that. Staple. But is that... Because I'm not multiplying this by step, then that's... Well, okay, I do multiply by step. Down here. Because it's summed together. These two happen at the same rate, though. This happens at 10 times that one's rate, essentially. But I wonder if I should make it so that this stays, like, way smaller? I don't know. Seven stream streak. Thing is, this is probably not fast enough for the crawler, though, right? This is probably not fast enough. I mean, what I would ideally like to see is that I don't have to type in these crazy large values to get nothing. Yeah, see, that's what's happening there. It's like it's better when I do one. All right, it doesn't look any different when I do more. So what I think is I take this out of here. But somehow this one needs to... I mean, iterations, what is iterations meant to do? It's meant to make it more accurate, so it'll stabilize faster. Is what it's meant to do. But it also doesn't mean that it does more work. I mean, okay, it does more work in the sense that it will get an accurate result in less ticks. That's what it's meant to do. It gives an accurate result in less ticks. No. I think it's that increasing the iterations doesn't make it work faster. But what it does mean is that... What? The thing is, right now I'm not even really getting the right result. I should see that if I increase this, if I increase max iterations, I basically get the right result immediately. And I saw that by doing this. But the problem is this was still not deltaed. This part isn't deltaed, and it should be. I'm so confused. Basically, I just need to make sure this is set up so that when I run in quarter speed, without changing iterations, I still get the same result. Which means I have to make sure that any change I make is multiplied by delta time. Any change I make is multiplied by delta time. Any change. Right. So this is what I got with one. I need to just like write them down. There's one iteration. 2. It's like worse. That's worse. So what's the mistake here? Why is it fluctuating so... This one's going up. Like, the change in the actual value, though, is so small. Like, this is really tiny. Like, this should be happening faster. I was like, I can't make that change, right? Like, I can't do that. Maybe it's this part. This part's just doing... This part has too much of an impact on it. Maybe I do that. Now, making that one a tenth just, like, did actually nothing. I'm still in this... Like, the fourth digit is different range. I want to see, like, the second or third digit changing. Between 1 and 3 iterations. Maybe I say forces is moved toward forces plus work delta. Times some value times state step without going over it. I don't know, maybe I don't delta it at all, because then that gives me like a good value, but then that's bad. Because it's obviously just not working fast enough. I mean, I guess what I can say is this. Take the... I'll do work delta plus sine of this times the absolute value of the smaller. Absolute value of the difference and please. Step. Oh my gosh. Times 10. So now everything is definitely delted. I just prevent it from moving too far at once. Maybe that's still not fast enough for me. But as soon as I reach like 64, then it's like wrong, right? Yeah, actually just different. What? That's literally a worse value. Okay. I do this. So then every time I make a change, that change has to be delta. Why would I use state step here? Why did I think this was right? One iteration 3489. 34895. Okay, so it seems like it's okay. It calculates that in like a single step. Okay. Did I run that right? Yeah. 3. It's this with 2 or with 3. It should just be that, yeah, every time I type in another iteration, it's just getting a slightly, it's converging to some value. Which it looks like it is. Though it is kind of maybe a little slow. This one is changing by a lot every time. And then I'm, uh-oh. It's gonna crash because it's broken. One sec. Okay. Back. I wanna run this in slow motion. Does that work? Yeah, cool. Still works. Okay, it does kick there. But I think it's just because it would have balanced, it just doesn't get the balance because of how it's limited in its movement. And so I allow it to travel faster and it gets a way better answer even with one iteration if I just let it travel. The weird thing is I feel like I'm not really seeing any change. I'm increasing the amount that I can step, but it's... Yeah, okay, well. I might have figured it out. So I do this for the actual motion, or for the change, but I just let this run like that. Every iteration, I pretend like I've drained some portion of the work, and then I compute roughly how much work it should do in order to reach some value. I mean, it's probably this where if I could allow something to drain and then that's just the chain, that's just how much work it does now. And then it can't I don't know, then it doesn't really get a chance to update again to not do this. But they always need the drain because that's how it's balancing. That's how it can stabilize. Let me try that. And this should just... All right. What? I got rid of a print here, though. I literally got rid of a print. No, I did that. Right. Yeah, I want to detect the change. So I want to say I want to see this approach 0 very, very quickly. Okay. It does hit 0 really, really fast. Not enough to totally stop it. I mean, I guess because the damping should be stopping it. This is one iteration though, with that rate. So what if I did 2? And the rate of change is decreasing. Yeah, it's basically stopped. I'll go to 5. So I'd say this one's like 1, 2, 3, and then it's steady. These numbers really very slowly decrease after that point. That's what I want. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's like 10. 10 times to get steady. Six to get steady. 5. 4 or 5. I don't know which one I don't know how I was counting that before. Definitely less, at least 1. Alright, so iterations is doing what I want it to do. It gives a more accurate value the more times you run it. And oh, maybe I take this, maybe I actually take this off to get the actual reading of that. Yeah, like 5. Okay, so it didn't really change. But okay, maybe I have it now. Maybe I have it now. Let's spin you like that. What do you think about this layout? Okay, so it really didn't like that. Why did you not like that? Is it just because this doesn't like have the center of mass in there? But is this better? Yeah, it's way better. there's still that, which is weird. I don't really... What is that? Oh, it's falling. Wait, it's falling? It's not supposed to be falling. How? Do I have to do this at the end of it as well? I have to do this again. I think I have to do it again. How is it not stable? That's kind of crazy. Is this too much? I'm waiting for something to happen. It's like something's about to happen. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it just found the perfect spot. I don't know. Is it too fast? What if I increase this? 2 tau. Super fast. Okay. More iterations. 5 iterations. Super fast. Can I see what that is from the camera? What is it doing exactly? Let's see it from the side. I mean, it is basically saying it doesn't have to do any work. So maybe it's actually the drain is not enough. I don't know. What if I just had it as that? No, it's super, super awful. Really, really bad. Yeah, they're like cycling like crazy. Is this position really not stable? Bring you further out. That's really stable. Maybe it actually just isn't stable. That configuration I had just wasn't stable. Alright, well... Now here's the real test. 4 points. I'll reset this rotation. This should just be stable immediately. Yeah. Nothing. Nothing. What about this one? Stable. Okay. I did something funny there. I happened to line these two up very close to the center of mass. So those other two are just taking on nothing. Alright. I get over this. Over there. Stable. Instantly stable. I haven't seen a pixel. I saw a pixel move. Okay. But so stable. Yeah, this is the change in angular velocity. In fact, sometimes even saying 0. No change. With 5 iterations, what about 3? Yeah, probably, I maybe just do tau. Cool. GM. How are you now? In an hour, you went from Master 4 to GM. What percentage are you getting? Like 50%? Skip the whole rank? Okay. You might just be cheating, I don't know. Okay. That's 3. 5 is perfect, though. Okay, no. It is the rate. The rate was still holding it back. Um... I'll just do state step. Should I? No, I'll do that. 0.05. This can be a constant. This could be a constant. I mean, parameters. That's a parameter. Not a parameter. Yes, a parameter? I don't know. All right, well, I might be able to call it there. I actually have something to send. I have made it. This is balancing very, very quickly. Basically instantly. Maybe it's allowed to move too fast. Maybe there should be a smaller value. I mean, this should definitely be a parameter. Maybe I'll put notes on these. Note. Parameterize the rate of change. Note. Parameterize the rate of rest. Is that what I'm doing there? And then probably do that too. Parameterize the iteration. I'll say 8. Yeah, because at least for if I go back and like, oh, what was this doing? And I hit run and I'm like, wow, that's stable so fast. Honestly, I probably just print this to the screen. Coordinates, string I guess I just do light. Yeah, I guess that's Azure. Ghost light. Wow. That's super visible. The centering is so funny. It's just not even centered slightly. Plus, plus. But more Z. So actually just all Z. Number spam. Okay. I can send that. Oh man. I think I'm just ignoring all those changes for now. Yeah. I'm just ignoring all those changes for now because that was me just continuously messing around trying to make it work. Yeah. So this is just gonna be none of that. Why is O? Yeah. Why do I have pi cache there? I probably just ignore that. A 2D test, and then I have a 3D test, which it gets good numbers really quick. That's what I wanted. Let me even do after I apply that. I do this and I check. I'll just verify that it definitely isn't running. Yeah. These scenes. Force point 2D. Oh, I made it because it would render it. That's right. But then I just gave up on that for 3D. Vector scratch. Why is there a bunch of... It's annoying. I'll leave it. It's whatever. All right. Uh, let's say, what I'm trying to say? Successful algorithm for balancing legs. I was going to say it anyway, but I want to do one test before I... Oh, 777 insertions. Cool. Yeah. I want to try 2 points. I just have to make sure that they are, I believe the term is coplanar with the center of gravity, the center of mass, which is I guess I have to make a geometrically stable shape, one that is definitely gonna have the right. Yeah, okay. So it's a weird shape, but this is definitely, you know, radially. If you look at it down this axis, it looks the same. Right. And if you look at it down this axis, it looks the same. Same thing top and bottom, I guess. Right, it's a mirror. So now, if I were to align these points along here, how many ways is this? I mean, I guess I can just put it at each one of these nodes. It may rotate, but it should not. It should be stable. Draw a line, should pass through the center of mass. Perfectly stable. Well, on 2 points. If I move one a little bit, it's going to be unstable. Yeah. But then it will find the stable point. Which, yeah, it looks like it's pretty much found it. Cool. And then this would be permanently unstable. I mean, I guess not. It is kind of crazy, actually, how quickly it's moving. Huh. Yeah, it seems like the drain kind of goes a little too crazy, and it gives it a kick. But yeah, now it's like it's, I mean, it looks like it's hanging from ropes, right? Cool. Maybe there is something with this. Maybe that's too high. Maybe it wasn't high enough, I don't know. It definitely isn't freaking out this time. So maybe I'm on to something with that. A 1% drain. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, I just wanted to test that because it should be stable with 2 points. I mean, also, I guess I may as well. It should be stable with 1.2 if it's at the center of mass. Or beneath the center of mass. Yeah. And then slay off. It will not be stable. And it will fall. But flip around and that should be like the top or something. Yeah, it should be above the center of mass. Yeah, okay. Did I get rid of... If I increase it a little bit? Yeah. Cool, okay. I don't know, I guess let's still get more tests actually. This should do nothing. This should 0. And it did. It just didn't quite reach 0. Which, yeah, I mean, it's always staying at 0 because it shouldn't do anything. Right? But it looks like on the, for at least one frame, it was not 0. Which it could just be iteration. It could be... I don't know what it could be. But if I were to add another point on this side, they should kind of share. Yeah. Way over there. Okay, well, it's... I mean, stable, I think. Yeah, the number's decreasing. So pretty much stable. Here's another test. I have these two that are perfectly canceling, and I have one that's kind of off doing whatever. This one should be 0. Yep. Yep, that looks like a 0 to me. It seems like it does get that like one frame of doing something. But if I bring it to the middle, all three share. Which I don't know why. Oh, because it's raised. That's why. All right, that's it for today. I've done it. I've done it. Which, weirdly, it was not the actual idea that I had. But it actually kind of was still the idea that I had. Let's see it. I mean, I've been messing around with it for like an hour now. Like a half hour now. It's working. The proof of concept is here. I know what should be happening in these configurations, and it's doing exactly what I want it to do. This one's doing nothing because it shouldn't be doing anything, because the other two, if it were to do anything, it would cause rotation. But it's always initially unstable for like one single frame, so it kicks a little bit. They should all share. Zeros. Not all zeros. Almost all zeros. Zeros. In this case, if I add a fourth point anywhere, it will do nothing. Yep. What about... I haven't done more than 4 yet. Yeah, what about 8? 8 legs. It should just be... Right. I don't really like that because they're probably all in like a weird place, but bring them all down to beneath the center of mass. And it should be fine. Ooh, okay. Okay, so it looks like... Is that this? Is that this happening? So if I did 0. Well, I can't leave it at 0, but it... Yeah, okay, they're going absolutely all over the place. So this problem is that. What needs to be tuned there? That number. Okay. Show it on the crawler? I need to put it on the crawler. I don't have it on the crawler yet. Wait, so when is this a problem? 0.4. Okay. So if I just did... that, we're perfectly stable. And then let me just delete some of these. So delete that one. Cool. Cool. All right, so there does... Definitely, I think, a limit on what this value can be. I'm sure probably with more legs, it might even drop below a third, and it would be too unstable. With more legs. So maybe I could just do inverse leg count here. But this will make it a fourth. And I think that's just too low. Okay, I could do this. I think technically if I did 2 over the count, that might be it. Very good. Very good. Very good. And then I'm sure a single point doesn't matter, but I'll do it anyway. A single point probably does matter. I mean, whatever it does is just going to move to 1, actually, so it actually doesn't matter. Okay. Five legs. Pretty good. 6. In roughly good positions. Okay. I'll raise these ones up a little bit. Not above the center of mass, though. Cool. Seven. Great. 8. Totally fine. All right, so that works out, I guess. Small divide between this and 1. All right. That was a good test, so that's what I probably should have done before. I should have made sure that that still worked. Okay. Using old multiplier trick of 2 over x for applying changes to Right. That's definitely it for today. Yep. Well, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow to put this on the crawler. And hopefully not get upset when I... Oh, one, hopefully it actually works. And two, if it doesn't work, I don't freak out. I might freak out. I might be toast if it doesn't work. Like, I can barely see the edges of the cubes moving. It's like a pixel every couple frames. Yeah. Negative lines of code. Negative 11 lines of code. Is that what this was? Wait, where does it print that? Yeah. It's only really counting this. I deleted some nodes here. This was just changing this to use a multiplier. Okay. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye. Hopefully this works in the crawler. Hopefully I get it on quick. And then hopefully I can start blasting. Sure, which higher load gameplay. I will in a bit because I'm going to get food. So, I'll talk to you soon. Goodbye. Be back tomorrow.